Hello, everybody. It is me, the one who's fucking late. Hope you're all doing good. 'Cause I mostly am. I'm just done. Oh. Hello. How we doing? Hello, Lazy and G-Force. Hello, chat. Hello, all ye lurkers. Limberto, indeed. I got a new teapot to just say shit since I'm finishing up this. Hello, Possum. Finishing up this mirror dungeon run. I'm a lot. Got a new teapot. It doesn't make me fight with it every time I try to use it. It just works. So that's cool. I have tea here steeping, waiting for that to finish before I put honey. Short and stout? No, it's not. It's kind of tall. Tall and you know, what spindly is not correct, but it's not. It is neither short nor stout. Hope y'all are ready for me to disappear next week for fucking probably 3-4 weeks. I don't know how fast I'm gonna get back into things. But anyway, the surgery is next week. There will be no streams from me next week at all. Because I might not even be able to out of the hospital until like half or nearly all of my streams are past. So how are we doing? Doing, people? Did y'all have a good weekend? Hope you did. You're going to be able to sign in for the Limbus anniversary goodies? I should be able to. Because they start, what, on the 26th, right? And they're gonna be available for like, I'm gonna say a whole month, roughly? Maybe a little more than that? Double check the times. But I should be able, I may not be streaming, but I should be able to get to my like computer. So I should be able to like do the thing. And all I gotta do was sign in for 14 days. Since I don't think there's an actual like event where you have to do things other than sign in. Hello, Asocial. For me to miss all the nominable tickets? Yeah, me too. That would suck. Especially with Wall PP happening at some point or another. Get all the tickets I can. My sleep schedule's been real fucked up lately because I have unwisely purchased a video game known as Menace, which sits squarely in that that realm of turn-based tactical thing that destroys my entire brain and eats my time like some kind of eldritch beast. You know, like Total War. and all the other Total War-like games that I play. Age of Wonders, Total Warhammer. Event coming up is to have to fist fight Dawn IRL for the right to ever eat cake again. Oh god, I'm never gonna be able to have cake again. I can't beat her in a fight. Did you see her? She kicked the shit out of a Ferris wheel. 14th day, you get to pick any non-WALP ID up to season 6. Well, shit. Wait, up till season 6? Are we in 5 or are we in 6 or 7 currently? We just had 6, right? We are in 7. You think it's through 6? Like she could be defeated by her clever ruses, placing a candy bar under a box puffed up with a stick. I don't know if that works on her anymore. She's different than she was after the last Kanto. She's still a goofy goober, but she's not. She's no longer the same.
자세가 무너졌네. 자비에 감사하도록.
Two candy bars? True. Hard to resist the allure of 2 candy bars. Anyway, if you like XCOM bullshit, I'd recommend giving Menace a shot. There's a demo out. It's in early access, but it seems mostly feature complete. Filling out like item icons and stuff still. There's not really much story to it other than you show up, everybody above the chain of command and above you in the chain of command is dead, so you just kind of have to do what you were sent here to do in the first place. By yourself, basically. You hire random shitters from the area you're in because you lost a lot of people in the thing. In the arrival. Long hello, Maria. I wish you good luck with your day. Oh, it's a cello. A nice cello.
이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
We'll go and get into the Intervallo as soon as I'm done with this mirror dungeon again. Shouldn't be long. We're on floor 4. Fellow of Savage Blood Sewer Beatings. That's right. Cello needs more of a classical Russian vibe to it to really match the intent of Savage Sewer Blood Party, but you know. It's forlorn enough that I feel it works. I have no idea where this boss is from. They're all needed at some point. Like I met the cow. No, not really. It's only in Mirror Dungeon?
길게 끌 거 없어. 바로 간다.
Blob Corp specifically? Most of the stuff that's abnormalities from the previous game? Yeah, gotcha. Fair enough. Properly. Okay,
자세가 무너졌네.
Hey. Or from the in-game content, railways. When the fuck do I unlock railways anyway? The railway bit. Did I do that? Isn't that supposed to be Kanto 7? That unlocks? What even is that? It's like a game mode. Most of them unlocked from the latest Kanto. Ah. Railway 5.
자세가 무너졌네.
나는
자비에 감사하도록.
가족들에게 약하고
You encounter boss rush and you have to clear all of it in a specified amount of turns for all the rewards. Oh, okay. Interesting. That sounds fun. So, I'm assuming there will be 2 intervalos between the Kanto 7 and Kanto 8, just like the other 2. Most of them have been so far.
왕의 피오를
Buffs as you progress, and of course it's a game mode suited for win/have multiple teams. Yeah, makes sense. There's usually one game mode in these things that require you to have multiple teams.
자세가 무너졌네.
Not surprised.
자비에 감사하도록.
What if I had more orange though? That it actually matters. Normal mode, this team doesn't die.
내 명을
Who
들은
fucking
12수
cares?
결집이다.
Oh no. The hell cow. There's a person that crawls out of it and tries to eat your balls or whatever, right? What is that? Oh, the Intervallo 5, but what's the name of it? I think it says Intervallo V after Kanto 7. I think it was LCA Health Checkup was the actual title of it. Steve? No, it's not named Steve. Why are you looking for a specific one, Werner? Hello, by the way. Welcome to the chat. Nah? Alright.
자세가 무너졌네.
But like, yeah, I guess. V-2 is your favorite.
빈틈투성이군.
That should be the one after health checkup, right? Is that how that works? I never really paid attention to the numbers for them. Terrible hard. Oh, I can just do this later. This isn't a big deal. We'll see. We'll move through it at a comfortable pace, I expect. But fuck it, let's get to it. TB regular checkup. How are they going to fuck up something this mundane? I know they will. Question is how. Ways? I'm sure they have them. I know they do.
군주가
의로움을 세우기 나를 전
말뚝을 쏘.
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. Why is there no voice acting? Is there usually not voice acting in the Intervallos? Am I missing something? Something happened? You stopped voicing Intervallos at this point? Oh, okay. You damned imbeciles. What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? These haven't gotten their reruns yet? Oh. Faust had attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. Oh, yes, that's right. They're running on win rate. They're all stupid. Apologies, yet concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would... I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. What the fuck? A health checkup. Let's see here. Gregor, was it? Your file says you're half cockroach and half horse? Greg sighs. Damn it, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi. Your genius order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry thee not how befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her... Taki! No! Dawn's down! Man, after the showing of the last Kanto, and she immediately gets bodied. Dawn domed. Fucking man, they really know how to follow shit up, huh? Oh. Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of, "You're doing it wrong." But I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continue to bungle the fight. The contract is in place again, so her powers are restricted once more. Makes sense. Except when I pull them out with the identity for it. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed of emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We're almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. Oh no. Not the techno grooves. Okay. Wait, what the oh, they're fighting themselves. Sort of. Fight starts and it's just a bunch of inanimate dummies. They would lose. They would lose to a bunch of fucking inanimate dummies. Yes. Oh fuck. They have egos and stuff. You association team, huh?
싸우자는 건 아니지?
Trying to burn me down. See. Brawler Rhodia is kind of rad. Yeah, she is. Kind of rad in general. Click on her, god damn it. Fuck it. Unopposed. We're struggling with Marcel? Damn, boy. Alright, who is he attacking? Well, well, well. If it isn't a Frenchman on Frenchman fight. Every other Limbus stream has 0 team comp on like Kanto 5. I deliberately went for bleeding things. Have been grinding a lot of shards. I don't know. I find the bleeding things to be interesting. Unopposed? God damn it. Alright, fine. Who's attacking Ryoshu? Cell can fight himself. Is anybody? No. Do I like the middle? They're alright. Depends. Depends on the ID so far. I think middle Merceau was the one of the first ones I had. I think it was middle Merceau. I need to double check.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지.
Might need to just eat it. No, never mind. We'll do this. He was indeed middle cell. Yeah, he was pretty cool. I liked him. I dropped him for Prince because, you know, Prince is absurd. And Caposo. I do have, yeah. I have Caposo and Capo Claire. is my piece of ass. One of these isn't getting blocked no matter what I do. No matter how I run it. Just try and get Marcel out of the way then. Seems... That is S3? That is his S3, that's why they're kicking my ass.
점 찍었네.
I got all the shards I need to grab the Rhodia Ego
합격장.
once Walpurgis comes around. Don't worry too much, you're facing the Hub Brothers. The fuck does that mean?
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
I probably shouldn't worry too much. This isn't the first fight of the Intervallo being actually rough would be weird. I think that hurt a little bit.
검을 덜 갈았었나?
I don't know. Theo, Greg, Honglu, and Marcel are the three BJ bros because they suck bad. Okay. If you say so. Maybe Honglu will, or not, maybe Yisong will simply kill one of them.
허레이드와 피날레.
Hey, yo, buddy, guess what? I don't know. Mike, what up? What happened?
따스한 피 스며드는군.
You got the new Yi song and the mantra Rhodia and a fake out pull? Oh, grats! La Mancha Rhodia is good shit. Oh, they're egoing. Okay. We shall see who egos harder then. Fuck you.
포기하게.
Got John 9 coin and a 1 pull. God damn. Lucky fucking you. Good lord. The fact that not only does that ID have a 9 coin skill, but that ID is basically an exact copy of a boss is insane. Well, PP soon? Yeah, but how soon? I want to roll things. Oh, I lost. He egoed harder than me. Anniversary, most likely? We'll see. They haven't announced it yet.
완성되었나?
We'll learn tomorrow morning? Oh, okay. Gonna shard 9 John 9 coin. We'll see who I get. I think the Otis banner is soon or not. Wait, didn't we already have one? Didn't we already have... We already had a Otis, didn't we? That's why she's shardable. Or is there another Otis happening? You mean Otis in general? I don't know. More IDs? Latest Kanto? It's for a confirmed ID? I know not. I knew not the ways and means of it occurring yet. The middle Otis teased in updates? Oh, fuck. That's gonna be the silliest shit. Who the fuck is this song on? Her? Do you have any others? No. This song might just kill her. By himself. He is song. Swing song. Delete the enemy.
예쁘네. 네 피부색.
40.
Thank you for the follow, Werner.
무기를 만드는 것만큼은 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
내 작품에 의견이라도 있어.
I think I can just let them do what they want now. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Music reminds me of Arc Knights. Thanks, Otis. Ass kisser. Whew. Got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Marcel for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Greg. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but fuck you. Oh, come on. There's got to be more to it than that. Sure, there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. What? Why are they stretching the bug? What is this?
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
They doth be stretching the
가릴 것 없이
bug.
마음껏 마셔.
And what of Pablo?
그게
Greg, you have an exoskeleton. Don't stretch it. That sounded like an exoskeleton being stretched. Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Huh? Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. Huh? What do you mean you can't? That right there is the creaking sound of time's ravages, Sink. Oh, Dante has been turning the clock to rewind our time. Or I know Dante has been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. Definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure does suck, huh? Doesn't it, guys? That's when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's gotta be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Hong Lu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? Aha, I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. That's, is not to concern thyself with. Be not so, Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot. My designated seat you're planting your arse in. I'll thump you good, I will. On the other hand, here's this fucker without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly. Don Quixote, I'm sure you can, think... I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperature of our company, unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel. I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Right, now that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chinwag to a minimum, huh? He was plenty villainously dickish to me. Anyway, am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago, but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. Not that. Fucking... Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he is making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely, yep. We'll go to a spa or something. Relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles, please. You still have expectations for our employers? Haha! I recall that young Marcel had given thee quite the exquisite massage, hath he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus, understood, it was the philosophy of Marceau's physical therapy that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius? Yes. I knew that this day would come eventually. The day is here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodian's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each center. What could it possibly be that needs this much buildup? In other words, it is time for Limbus Company's dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago, requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, "Right, Ishmael?" Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Coolio! You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go! No, not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rhodia. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left standing. Locked? One of my colleagues, the only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion. Did he do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're preparing to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? Mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual checkups back in school, too. What kind of checkups? Put us all in the same room, measure heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests? Prithee, wherefore do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge and analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right. That explains shite about why you need to know that, does it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. What a time for the ads to occur. Fucking LeMayo. Well. Heathcliff had lice. What an Englishman. Fucking. And we got the doofy music too. Lovely. Can't believe the entirety of the chat was affected by ads. Disgusting. I should have gone to get more drink. Sometimes I wish I had a brain in my head. I would have remembered that I should have gotten more liquid. Before the ads ended. Hello, chat. Welcome back from ad time. I need y'all's guesses, since it wasn't really confirmed. Do we think Heathcliff had lice? Boob cheese? I'm thinking he did, because he's British. Heathcliff had fucking mice? Damn. Damn. That's really unfortunate for him. Anyway, you all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they'd test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. Even though she'd literally just said she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority amongst us. A true authority? By your parlance, true authority. Could it be that you are questioning who among us is our leader? But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion. Executive manager. He had lice and mice. I could believe it. Standard British moment. Of course, I must preface this with a declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. But was this not always a topic of great contention among us? That which of us is most fit to command this squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael? Maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? Can we make Otis stand in the corner? I mean, Dante could. Yeah. Pretty sure. No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? Aha. So, to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing. How far are we in the intervallo? We're on like the second thing, because I have to actually read it. I have hydrated as commanded. And I have to fucking, I don't know. I feel a need to put some kind of spin onto it. Otherwise, I feel like it'd just be boring. I have to read it out loud, which means it's slower than me reading it in my head. Silence fell upon us at Honglu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Ah, fuck it. I'll give you lot one hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? Oh, let's get on with it. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? The battle... Excuse me, the regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Oh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? Whole year after they hired us. Weird. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest? Yet mine heart is faint prepared. Prithee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where's the HQ anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles. You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. I have to pirate Heathcliff's voice because it's the only British I can pull out of me at the moment, and that's really weird. Or due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Why is he talking so wordily all of a sudden? Or an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company of our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. You sure this is a sound suggestion? I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. Shut the fuck up, Ryoshu! We know! Further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment, however, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. New wing? Gonna take over L Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. W Corp. So, yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see. So they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme perhaps, in the works, and to ally with such ambitious parties is... The headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. What I get for talking a lot. The endless phlegm. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that that shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Dreaded Raven coughs up a hairball scene. I'm doing my best. The voice acting, non-English as it was a big boon to me, I say. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but illuminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another, a portal, if you will. Oh, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed, sometimes the accuracy... Why the fuck are there like 12 paragraphs of text every time Yisong or Faust talks? Jesus. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts. However, minimizing pentasection incidents, most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. What the fuck kind of look on that do you have? Look, is that on your face, Isang? What the fuck? Why are you doing the like smug side eye at that? Yeah, it certainly is better to be cut in half instead of cut into. What the fuck is penta? 16? Is it 16? What the? Oh, God damn it! Now I have to Google that. Penta is 5? Since when the fuck did that happen? Why is my brain pull 16? Oh, right, the penta. Why? How could I forget penta means 5? When the pentagon exists. Both as a building and a shape. Guys, I think I might be stupid. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold mine own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows, though. How tiresome. Now, off the bus. A wise man once said, shove it up your perpendicular bisector. Which wise man was that? I can think of a lot of people who would say something like that, but I don't remember any of them saying it in particular. Kim? Well, they're not telling me how many there are on these things anymore. Like fucking Kantos, so. Intervallos usually are like 14 or 15, like, chapter things, right? $14 to 16? Made a Werner VTuber model, but you have no webcam. I use an iPhone. You can just use a phone. I think there's a thing that they came up with for Androids if you have one of those that works, but I don't remember if it's good. I think the iPhone is still the gold standard for like VTuber face tracking if you're not able to spend fucking shitloads of time and money on actually making a thing custom for yourself, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Werner Vroid is now on your PC indefinitely now. You know, it'll be there if you ever figure out, if you ever want to use it. You can buy a used iPhone 10. It'll work just fine. What I do. Oh, once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. You have a goddamn SE? An SE. What? Huh? iPhone SE? What? Did that come after the... Did that come after 10? When the fuck did the 10s come out? Oh, you should just be able to... You should be able to use that then. Yeah. Probably. Probably has the necessary, like, face tracking API bullshit. This is, assistance from P Corp in the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means in cahoots with young Cesara, are you? They're like an app or The way I do it is I use a program called Warudo that I got off Steam for free. Last I checked anyway. I don't think they're charging for it. Yeah, it's still free. Early access, but it works fine. And then I downloaded the VTube Studio app on my iPhone. And I set all that up so that the face tracking from VTube Studio is sent to Warudo. And then my, Warudo does all the shit with my face and stuff. So that way I can look like a doofus on screen. Wow. All of Senna's hard work making this model, only for me to look like a fucking moron on a regular basis. Aren't I the best? I don't know if there are other... I think there are other options on iPhone downloading to feed the data, to get the data, and feed it into Warudo. But I don't use them because this one seems to work the best for me. That's it. Really, the real tricky part, for me at least, for getting it all set up was the making sure that my phone had an actual fucking IP address the computer could find. Hoyday! Much as I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion of mine heroism and bravery, it is quite unfair to thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Wait, what did you put on the phone for it to work? Put on what? What? VTube Studio? Oh god, she can call all of them young whatever now? Yeah, she can. Hold up. Yeah. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the sights of Limbas Company headquarters. Thy tit hath been tatted for. You give up? You download Warudo to your computer. You download VTube Studio to your phone. You Google the tutorial to set the fucking VTube Studio thing up between Warudo and the phone. And the rest of it is just standard fucking network setup. Which is a pain in the ass. But it is what it is. You have to do it. Yay? Yeah. Welcome to the life of a technical job. It's real fun. You get to be not only a performer, but also a fucking tech jockey at the same time. Yay! Oh, I dropped out of college. I'm an idiot. I would have been miserable if I'd stayed in, but still. You know. it's technically only 3 steps. Or 3 tasks. Don't think too hard about how many subtasks each of those have. Really, the only one that has more than, I don't know, is the networking. Yes, Limbas Company. There are numerous reasons for which you were yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Phew. Glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. Primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters brought upon by frequent transnest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Fraud this week? Yeah. Always the fraud. What do you say all that if... Why'd you say all that if you were going to explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P-Corp? Boy, here we go again. P-Corp's singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Miss Cesara told you something about how the principle of P-Corp's singularity is a lot like how La Mancha Land works? Right. La Mancha Land was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space-expanding singularities? It's should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for P-Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments. How nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space expansion technology, but isn't a P-Corp singularity, would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. Perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity, no matter what, its interior is safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive the P-Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions, such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by... Jesus fucking Christ! In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilized P-Corp's singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact. Not to mention that it has room enough to hold more than 13 people inside. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Why are you freezing up all of a sudden? Was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school? Here's how it goes. So, a Deviant Association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk. And I'm gonna stop the story there. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't have stopped having nightmares about it. Hey, come on, sometimes the story is just a story. Set Faust from taciturn to yap? I have no idea. Somebody. Yep, I'm a scientist. Yep, that's right. We have 2 of them on the bus. Much as I appreciate them being more willing to talk to us, who writing the dialogue decided, or I assume writing the localizations decided that more words means smarter? Although I guess Faust's whole thing is that she's the scientist that's like not really good at... She's self-contained, really, is what the thing is. She's not good at talking to people. She's the Renaissance man, so to speak. Renaissance woman Faust, who knows everything and does all. Except she cheats to do it, but that's not the point. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to Hana and Deviat Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension. The difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. There should be. I googled Warudo VTube Studio, and the first 3 things that popped up for me should do it for you. Hi, War. How you doing, buddy? I have to install a thing from their like Steam Workshop bit. I think I did. I don't remember. Oh. Welcome to me talking forever again. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? It'll certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however. How does the company plan to move this instrument, as I expect that would be much trouble on its own? Has that detail been hashed out yet? Having dinner, then getting ready for your own stuff? You're good? Wait, you streaming tonight? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P Corp and the aspirate W Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faust tinkers with the various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energies now linked are routing toward the gate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled... Wait, when the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the doors began to slowly open up. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside, I guess. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. Is the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Huh? Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride into the HQ's front gate one day. I don't know about that, Rhodia. I think we're gonna be the shit tier bitch maters that get shuffled in through the Hohenheim, you say? And there's a fight to occur? You get brought in through a load. Fuck, it's in Korean? What do you mean it's in Korean? Bruh. I'm pretty sure the video I watched was the one by Kana Fuyuko, and it was in English. Fuck, it's in Korean. It's a meme? What? What is it? What? I'm confused. I'm also out of tea. Oh, I got one more. Oh, one more go. Hold on. All right, if I'm gonna keep talking this much, to actually get more beverage, so I'll be right back. I assume this meme is a thing that came from later on in the story. Or maybe it's just a fan. I don't know. I'll be right back. It's unrelated, but there's P-Moon edits. Interesting. To bother Maria for those. I'm sure she knows what y'all are talking about. I'm too new to Project Moon in general to have known that one. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but this is the first Project Moon game I've ever played. Like, at all. I've only ever heard of the other two. There are only two others, right? Lobotomy Corp and Library of Ruina? There's a bunch of references to both of those in this. Yeah, that's all the games. Kinda hit on their niche and stuck with it. I respect it. Alright, here we go.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
This is our science guy that was testing us earlier then, huh? Y'all ever talk so much that your teeth hurt? A little bit? Right, are we waiting for something to happen, or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, chief researcher of this company. Why, does he have electric mushrooms growing out of him? I don't know. It's Limbus Company, man. It's lobotomy. It's L Corp. People, shit's whatever. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. It's the electric centipede ego gear. Oh yeah, that's right. There is the electro bug does exist. That's true. Yeah. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yisong and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our statuses as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research after all. He noted that the person who made the prior mentioned edit made the Little Sir Squirrel animation. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. So it's on their YouTube channel then? They'll be lurking. Oh, hey, Lore. You are comfy, lurk well. Aha, so you two are friends? While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. I'm in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Do none of you motherfuckers have cell phones? Can you not just call somebody on a phone? Do phones not exist in the city? Can you not just like call the reception and leave a message for the motherfucker? Anyway, yes, nerd fight. Yeah, I was very well aware. I'm also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of Limbus Company Centers. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes, I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. How odd. Their clothes are... Oh, yeah. Let me introduce you all to Martin and Alyssa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? While there are partial similarities to their gears, enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed. We attempted our own brand of extractions successfully, I might add. While the news of the production of Ego Gear in Limbus Company's style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility then. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here. I'm sensing distortions in Pekatula too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for LCE department as well. I really wish I had not missed. Why the fuck is it so dry in here? Over in like a piece of paper or something. Streaming in the middle of the desert may have been a mistake. Yeah, well, you know. The only way I can be sure they don't get me. You know? And by they, I mean the weasels. Not really. Crabs. You gave up again? You can always try later. I'm just gonna type the name of the YouTube channel name that I used the tutorial from, and maybe you can find that one whenever you feel like trying again. There you go. I don't know if I said it improperly or not, but it can be weird. Trying to spell things from your audio. Especially because people fucking type the same name that sounds exactly the same with 27 different goddamn variations. Alright, Faust, closely observed. Really don't think that's the one? I don't know what to tell you. I'd shrug, but I don't have hand tracking. Starts with a K. Anna? Oh. See? Not only did I say it wrong, I'm also fucking illiterate. It was the one you were watching? I don't know what to tell you. I don't remember how I did it. I just did it. It's been done for a while now, and I've forgotten. I'm sure when my fucking computer eventually blows up and I have to rebuild it from scratch, I'll be pulling my fucking hair out trying to get it set up again. Oh, Faust closely observed the ego gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it. Like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twits. It's not. No, that's not what he sounds like. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkups so we can get back to the bus. Yeah. God, talking is hard today. Fucking weather. Fucking snowstorm. I feel the very same urgency you expressed. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. 4 of these. I got like 12. I've never really bought bits. I bought like $2 worth or whatever the fuck when they were on sale several months ago, and I barely used the damn things. Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situations. The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. So how you had 4 somehow? I don't know. The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Perrin. The hell? This is just an ambush! Yeah, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors in response in case of a surprise attack, so... ambush. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Go with their flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Karen and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Karen wants cake too. Oh hey, we've got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Karen away into a nearby office room. The test is starting! A piano falls on Otis. He dies. Rewind the clock. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done, I guess. Time to fight! Otis. Yeah. Otis hydraulic pressing machine. I got a feeling that this is going to take a lot longer to finish than I was expecting, considering the whole reading thing. Countering. Hit him. Yeah, okay. Fuck him up. Good enough. Very nice of the win rate to avoid attacking the counters.
저런 배인 줄도 몰랐네.
점 찍었네. 따스한 피.
God, how long ago was it that you could get bits from watching ads? It was forever ago, wasn't it? It feels like it.
합격장.
뚫리고
퍼레이드와 피날레. 퍼레이드와 피날레.
꿰뚫려라. 쏟아내라. 너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
점 찍었네. 따스한 피. 너는 가족이 되기엔 약하군.
따뜻한 피.
추잡하네.
이제야
너희의
완성되었네.
무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
갑니다.
쏟아내라. 너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다. 가족을 위해
The other stream you're watching just went the middle for the first time? That shit was hilarious. Those motherfuckers are fucking so silly.
따뜻한 피.
One of the more ridiculous factions in this game, and there are a lot of ridiculous groups of people in this damn city.
끝이다.
including you?
배인 줄도 몰랐나.
I think I remember around 2018, 2019, you want to say? Too many people using bot farms to cultivate free bits.
거치적거리지만 마.
A common middle W.
뚫리고 쏟아내라.
Don't the streamer don't we get money? Don't we get paid for people watching ads now?
꽤
Instead,
잘
isn't it
가요.
just directly OTN of the middle? Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pekatula NVIDIA. Hark, Manager Esquire. Hi-ho! I have attained a score most perfect. Be suppressed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? Hey, Esong bud, they were testing our Fixer Association knowledge. Huh? Oh good. They've skirted the fucking auto mod again. Goddamn bots. 1 second. Need to add more bullshit to the fucking auto mod. Because they always have to come in here and try and get me to buy their stupid fucking view farming service. First off, how dare you impugn my honor by suggesting that I would even consider that? Second of all, you really think I have the money to afford your stupid bullshit? Fuck off. Fuck. Where do I add this shit again? It has been so long since I've had to add a goddamn thing to the banned phrases. Which is just a viewbot contest these days. I don't think that's really true. It's definitely a fucking thing around, but it doesn't matter. Beep boop and whatnot. Yeah. The pipes. They fall once more. Yeah, I don't know where to put this anymore. Did they change the fucking dashboard? Am I going insane? Oh, here it is. Permitted term. No, not permitted terms and phrases. There was the thing below that. Block terms and phrases. Fuckers. You are the top cheerer with 1 bit. We don't get many people giving bits these days around here. Got subs. Had subs for a long time. But not really bits. Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough fixer fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes? How strong they look? Bloody hell, this ain't easy. Her leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. No, there was There was too much emotion in that for that to be Merceau. Whatever. You are Merceau? You were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Me when I report bad people. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners who can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those guys you were running on us? All those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We know a lot about you guys that'll help us support the LCB going forward. You're so the only one of the group who isn't a complete idiot. He just has no desire to lead? Correct. I also don't think he's a very good leader. Hey, Twitch. Took action. Nice. Alright, we're gonna go off some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. What, like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we got a day long ahead of us. Only probably wouldn't be. Yi-Song is struggling. He's definitely got some bags under his eyes. Yeah, he's not having a good time. God damn. Merceau is a big motherfucker. Dawn looking up. Yeah, she's trying so hard to look as tall as she can. I like how fucking Sinclair, Otis, and Greg are just the normal ones in the back. There's a damn plane up there, arms crossed. He's such a fucking thug. He's gotten better, and he does care about people more now. He let people, like, perceive that he cares about them. But he's still such a fucking thug. I expected Rhodey to be a little taller than Hong Lu, to be honest. I'm not sure why. Also, goddamn, they really don't show it terrible much in the normal art, but when she's in profile, those fucking Faust mallows sure are out there, huh? Ishmael's hair is longer than Sinclair. In this first release, they accidentally made Dawn 10 centimeters shorter. Short ass Dawn. Wait, so they went back and edited it to her so she has her proper height? Or Faust has two big Fausts? Yeah, she does. Like everybody else is practically flat compared to her. Jesus. Alright. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Are these not their normal uniforms? That's what you meant by he was struggling, but it worked anyways? Oh. They're almost touching him. Honestly, the look on his face and the bags under his eyes, I think he's still struggling with the fact that Don Quixote knew something. Was like, beat him in a test of knowledge. I think he's just off in his own space at this point. They're wearing hoodies? I guess. Yeah, zip-ups. They're P-Moon sells them? This is an ad. A good ad. Song is being forced to stop slouching and it's killing him. That's true. He's normally like hunched over, isn't he? I want to buy one of those hoodies, but you know what? I probably can't because I got a feeling that they won't ship to the United States because of the fucking tariffs. Is Ish smiling? I don't think she's smiling. I think she's like she's got that like, I mean maybe a little bit. She's got that kind of like smugness about her, you know? I think it's a like a lopsided kind of shithead grin she's got rolling. I don't know about what exactly, but something for sure. Think she's grimacing? That seems more in line with her. Sometimes you forget Greg has a ponytail. Yeah. I mean, I don't, but understandable. It doesn't really show up in the art very much. No, she's not grimacing. I actually thought up and definitely got a bit of a, she's got a lopsided grin on her face. I trust me on this. My face was like 3 inches from the screen. We've been on this screen for 10 minutes. Rhodia's like half buried in her hair. A little bit, yeah. Right? I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. Yeah, this is a mad, isn't it? Sleep? They're LCE properties, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock just for me, you know? Turning of the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Marceau can remedy your pain. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm good. Don't worry about it. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. Weedsaw. But my heels are on the ground. Oh shit, what did she say? Eye upon ye. And can you snuff out your cigarette before the test begins? Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just here so I can look cool. Aha. And what about... Wait, god damn it. Bold, but scram. Dawn is on her toes, definitely. Yeah, Dawn is probably the one. 100%. Sinclair just assumes that he's the problem in most situations, which I understand, but it's not good for him. Dawn being forced to step off the 10 phone book she brought to stand on. She's actually only 3 feet tall. She's been a hobbit the whole time. Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had to establish prior to beginning the test in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing process. You got 2 of them already, right behind you if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yeah, of course. There is much that distinguishes these 2 occupations. Completely obliterated the other Don's ankle and he died. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Rhodia suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it. It's just not my vibes, you know? I'll take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Rhodia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? Quit that. I'm not gay, lady. Nuh-uh. I don't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Yeah, and I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. Yeah, I wonder why they came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smartasses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the tasks of the class president in... What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? You fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Ah! Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware, if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? This is the part where he kills you. Yeah, probably a good decision to be honest. Didn't know you were still holding on to that hope-ish. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the sinner I chose. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me? What? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but what? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate of one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research? However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? Perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. He's an idiot. He'll do stupid things I won't expect, so we might discover some weird shit. Male was competent enough to be a wing of a feather and just keep getting promotion after promotion. This filled her with depression. Right. I remember, yeah, she had an office job in Feather of a Wing. Yep, I remember that. She had an office job and she just kept getting promotions and then she was like, fuck, I don't want to do this. And then she went and fought a whale and that was a bad decision on her part. I'm filled with depression. And then you go fight a whale and your gay lover dies. Wank. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you much more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Yisong. You were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't ya? It is but fate that things were once good in the eyes of the mainstream. Hold on. It is but fate that the things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. Ishmael pretty much said, being a wage slave sucks so much ass, because it does. We're going to leave Heathcliff alone in a room with various dangerous chemicals and see what happens. We hope he turns into a pile of sludge. It'll be funny. There are more planes in the ocean than boats in the sky. True. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Song replied with a particularly downcast look. Oh, they made the Depresso boy sad. I'm glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho, so, what do I gotta do? song be like, old man yells at cloud. Dead if you can't tell. I wouldn't recommend that. You should probably quit being dead. If you're dead, you can't have cheeseburgers. Or pizza. Both of which are very important to me. Heathcliff, eat this bug. What? Why? I want to see what happens. Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Aha. Now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. What? I feel... Wait, hold on. I think I've seen this bit before. I'm having a weird... My brain is trying to recall how this went. But it was long enough ago, and I wasn't paying enough attention. I can't really remember. Your house is filled with spiders? That means that you won't have a problem with stink bugs. Congratulations. Fucking stink bugs. Ah, my head hurts. Heathcliff, that test subject is being particularly aggressive. Smack him for me. Yeah, all right. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there. Get in line. Single file, lads. Make this easy for all of us. Aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. There was mention from the Arknights collab. Maybe. I also didn't really see the Arknights collab. I only know that it happened. Like a mechanicus picking an Ogryn for an assistant. I mean, as long as you can keep them controlled and only give them simple tasks, Ogryn are pretty handy, aside from the whole not being able to fit in small spaces part. I have a deep and desperate need to at some point play a Sister of Battle who has an Ogryn bodyguard in the Rogue Trader game we have going at some point. Because I think it would be really fucking funny. That is all. Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up on the glasses helps you to put on the air of a studious, learned individual, like so. Heathcliff looks like he's trying so hard. He's just not got it down yet. The others are all have been doing it for so much longer. They've got the technique down pat. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I'm contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. Oh yeah, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Snuff out that stick in your mouth. Kill him, Ryoshu. Nerds! True. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. I mean, you can't just do as I say for once. Huh, he's actually pretty effective. No, he said, Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? Hits you with bat. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. The sparkle only on Heathcliff kills you. Yeah. They've got an eye for putting details and shit. I see. So they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Is it, Otis? Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Yeah. You're also a lot more verbose about kissing my ass, aren't you? Does that really count as progress? Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh. And I've come to sometimes allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason, floating away gently as though on a rolling stream. But not quite pleasant. Ah, okay. I guess that is a progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Hey, that's like probably more what they're looking for, to be honest. Oh, look. I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us, because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. That is generally the ideal. Yeah. You have to accept some things as they are, let certain thoughts go. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True, I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Who gave the wet rat, that is Sinclair, grip strength? I mean, he was supposed to be the one who grips, isn't he? But he dodged that. He is a boy who shall not be disrespected. Sinclair is a very valued member of our combat team, as long as I have Merceau out and they're both in capo form. Also, Enclair was pretty solid helper early on. Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue, huh? He is currently the one who grips instead of the one who shall grip, you know? Is he? I mean, did he get that after he killed Cromer? After we killed Cromer, I guess? I don't know. No? The fuck? He's just Sinclair. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. No, actually, ignore this. Arr. I see. We'll see what that means later on. In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the, to the same general level as our 11th center here. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. Oi, you take that back. I take it back. Not... So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, Sink, is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? Sinclair, dubbed the stinkiest sinner. No, that's Dawn. That's it, you bloody... Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed. One of the powers of a golden bow is connection. You are now all fairly evenly and equally mediocre. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Not the wettest rat, but sure. Yeah? Think of it as something akin to clip-off deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. Though the truth is finally revealed, this was why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course! Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? And we are all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? Huh. So that's why my murderous arm's been quiet ever since they hired me. Really have anything to do with my heart after all. Greg. Oi! What's the use of all this chatter then? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. Got calluses on my palms. Some of y'all want Otis to call you a doormat? Not me. Not me either. Nope, nope, nope. I am not into that. He's still hot, though. He's just a dumbass and a bitch. Yet not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have been of detriment to us. Yisong started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked Heath out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sink. A real handy trick, you know? Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certainly, certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains Ryoshi's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at the T-Corp factory. One punch Rhodia. It seems the bitrate really hate you, so nothing you can do about it. Man, I fucking hate that. That shit's so much ass. I love Rhodia. She's the best. I can't wait to see what the fuck happens with her proper Kanto bit when she gets one. Won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan, so is it gonna be something like that? There are dozens. If not, he was Kanto too, no? He has... The first, like, 3 Kantos weren't really proper Kantos by the standards of the later things. And she had a thing come up in, one of the intervallos where it's very clear that she's still putting on a mask for everybody. More like bookmarks, really? Okay, 3 was an improvement. It was an improvement, and I'm not saying any of them were bad, but they were limited. They were more introducing the world in the game than they were doing the characters' story bits, really. The first proper Kanto we had was Song's whole thing after the chicken. So like that was that 3? I think that was 3. Was that 4? Might have, I can't remember. My brain is bad with numbers. I think it was 4. Yeah, 4, right? 4, right? 4, right? 4. Songs was 4. Aha! I eventually remembered shit. Anyway, yeah. 4, 5, 6, and 7 have all been significantly expanded in terms of the focus on the individual's history and personal hang-ups / inner demons. So no, Rhodia and Greg have not gotten a proper Kanto at all yet. Neither of them have. Although Greg is still seemingly the most well-adjusted. Just kind of generally, but Greg, Rhodia, Sinclair. I guess Sinclair's was Sinclair's still got problems he's working through, but that's entirely reasonable. So is Heathcliff after his. I think Isong's had the most dramatic change in behavior and general outlook since his Kanto. Sinclair also had generally improved a lot of it, but I'm not sure if he really got a proper Kanto by the standards of like 4 onwards. There are dozens of... Hi, Roto! Sinclair gets more story in the stuff out right now, but nothing too crazy. I mean, everybody's getting more story as we go along, but I do feel that he's not quite... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what goes along. I have trust and faith in the authors, the writers, currently. They've been doing a good job so far, and I have no reason or expectation for them to suddenly stop. How you doing, Roto? What's up, man? In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. Perfectly appropriate methodology? Fuck. I yawn like a fucking bear. Doing alright? Was a guest on a friend's stream for a while tonight. Oh yeah? I hope that went well. We spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored test for each center, huh? I really like the sound of that, if you ask me. We will utilize the Pekatula and the distortion phenomenon. Hands them coloring books and so you can stay in the lines. Half of them die. Yeah. Doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you are building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. System. Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. Dawn draws a Fixer Office logo. It has nothing to do with the color, with the shape on the coloring book. She's killed for her crimes. Oh no. $52 modules? Yeah. This is gonna suck. Your supports? Oh shit, true. Level 60 right there, indeed. Well, House of Spiders or Thumb? You believe? Yeah? Both are good? Okay. Alright, have a good night, Werner.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
My Sinclair is shittied. Trying to catch up to Intervallo if you do it. Alright. I might get to it tonight. I don't know. Let's see. First one on the blocks. Heathcliff had already been flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right. You and you there. Inside now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed toward Honglu and Sinclair. Hello, 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? I think Sinclair is yours, but you don't remember. I thank all of you who lend your bullshit to me regardless. You must be well aware by now the Pekatula are entities that have failed to even distort. Seems like we'll be fighting the Pekatula again. Oh, right. I have a question. Something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained. Which means they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Boy, we've been slaughtering countless scores of these sods, so what's the hold up now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite, if for a few exceptional individuals. People are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are? Group you lead. Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Dante says 3 colleagues. Dante says 3 colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. Honglu patting against the glass. The truth is, they are sinners. Not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. Ah, but the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners, bound to Limbus Company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept the fact that if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say is that with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, does he usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not the one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pekatula projected onto this glass panel. Lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge. So, if you consider this presentation to be boring, or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. Man, you know, a lot of the things in school I found to be boring were shit I already knew, so... Oh, this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Pekatula, and as far as I'm aware, the highest stage of Pekatula you observed was in stage 3, so far at least. Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of so far at least at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a bit of a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things, never to say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Pekatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed, we prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, get to it. I see, they're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. That's because... Hold on. That's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the spark. The reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh. Said so far that clarification was both unnecessary and pretentious. Yes, indeed. Like none of his explanation was necessary? No. You're right. Because he's up his own ass. Which I think has been like the point of this all, to an extent. No matter how much they can't have not run into one in the past yet. Indeed. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is. They have given the short one the big sword. Surely this is a crime of some sort. Alright. Green. Be blue. Be blue. Is this... Okay, hold on. How the fuck does this character actually work?
Yes.
I'm sure it doesn't actually matter. Poison bleed. And bleed. At 10 plus moonlit as your blade reuse this coin. Any excess poise potency granted past 25 will be converted into blade combat start. Blue resonance or pride resonance. Pride resonance divided by 2 plus 1 poise match. Combat end at 20 plus 1. Jesus fucking Christ. This motherfucker is ridiculous. Wait, which one is green going through? It's this motherfucker. There we go. That'll work a little bit better.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
He lost! Honglu, you fuck! Pinky Claire, Ujat Otis, and John Ninecoin and still stand above them, huh? Stand out among them, I see. I think I might, after I've got the bleed team like fully filled out, I think I might focus on getting the Heisho nerds, because I'm the Malbranch shitheads should all be available for sharding at this point, right? Like freely? They were last season, weren't they? Just the 2 Maos? Right, but the 2 Maos are the ones that make Malfaust go shit-town insano mode. Rest are last season, so they're locked for a while. What is it? It's Peisho Pack Malbranch. There's 2 of them that are available in the dispenser right now. And they're the ones that apply death right to shit, which makes Peisho Faust go crazy ass. Insano exploder mode. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Fuck him up, Honglu.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Those are some smooth. This motherfucker looks like that one asshole. Sinclair in this ID looks like that one asshole from fucking Hell's Paradise. I just noticed that they have basically the same hair. I don't know what that is, what it is, but like still. Anyway.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
Ah, the counter.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고 소리와 호흡을 멈추고
That was not that much damage, but still. Enough poise was built up, that thing could have nuked the entire stage. Yeah, could have.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 몸소 보여주지. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Maybe I should focus my sharding on getting these new assholes.
오롯한 검의 길에
Also the Spider's Pinky Apprentice, that's a normal series of words. It's relatively normal. Oh shit, it's one of these fuckers again. Oh no! Alright. I've done this in the other way around. Whatever. Wait a second. Unuse. Hit gain. Weak resist damage bonus next turn.
다시 안 합니다. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Death.
다시 안 합니다. 함로 확보. 이어.
Thanks to ComfyChaos. Hooray!
시연은 어떠셨나요? 소생은 나름의 소득을 얻었다고 생각합니다만 이들의 수급을 들고 돌아가 주인님을 뵌다면 어쩌면 이번에야말로 지혜성의 이름을 입에 올리실지도 모르겠군요.
Experiment was basically just throwing in an ant pile and seeing what happened? Yep, roughly. Alright. I don't think I need... let's just see what Fausts I have, just because. I've always thought this was a really cool fucking Faust ID just for the art. Charge kind of sucks these days though, don't it? Yeah, I'll take my Faust, but just kind of fucking better, sure. Although I should probably take the Greg, huh? Faust is the formed baby vampire from the train. Yep, pretty much. That's pretty much it. Next up, you three, let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now let us discuss the Pectulum pigritiae, sloth. Bones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. Efficient to live. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed competent. I'll admit I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty yet. Charging alone to danger poses too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Nah, this is gonna be fucking easy. Watch out. Faust has her green. That's Marceau. That's Marceau for same goes for me, bug.
상담은 나중으로 하지. 지금은 그럴 여유가 없군.
Hey Marceau, orange upon them. Yeah. Unnecessarily orange upon them.
막아내지 못하리. 무능하군요.
욕 또한 용서할 테니.
He is suitably dramatic in his animations for Elemental Land ID. Dick.
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서곡의 피날레다.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
Fuck. Why has he got shit around his
지금은
stuff?
그럴 여유가 없고.
Is it aggro? What is that? Fuck is that? Aggro enemies are more likely to target those. Oh. Bug arm laid eggs on the coin. I'm putting down.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 무용하군요.
피를
그쪽도 죄인인가?
이제 깨우치시길.
영원히 잠들어.
Go. Nice. Nice and easy.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 바로
Gotta stop. We gotta keep Greg from letting his bug arm just reproduce all over shit.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 피를
Oh no, they're defending. Oh fuck.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Doesn't fucking matter. They're not really threats. I don't know why I'm trying. I know it's a focused encounter, but like,
무용하군요.
come the fuck on.
깨우치시길.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
이 또한 용서할 테니.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군.
Oh, he's got a whip out now.
때가 왔다.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Not that it fucking matters.
깨우치시길.
Faust, execute that rock.
폭죽
Oh
소리가
no.
들리는 것 같군.
Big rock.
때가 왔나.
Whatever will we do? One of these fucking open. Didn't. Good ass. There we go.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 틈을 끊어. 바로 이.
Behold, stalagmite Steve.
오베르주레.
I think I did Faust wrong.
왕의 비율을 하사하산 피 스며드는군.
Do you have a blue that I missed?
틈을 끊어. 바로 이.
What the fuck am I doing? I don't know.
죄인인가?
무용하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
Oh gosh.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이
Enemies
살아갈 수
before they self
있겠군요.
detonate?
나를 참
드디어 내 차례냐?
A better Otis than this? I don't.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Better than sending in a level 20 Heath, I guess. The Pasgule gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supplies of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Heathcliff, honestly, would have just used Wild Hunt Cliff instead. Much more independent ID than KK. Wait, I didn't see him on there. Oh well. Not paying attention. Kind of falling apart again. Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really gonna do this song and dance for each and every one of these peccatulum? What are we long together? How you've paired up us sinners." Wait. Ah, running low on patience already. Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. Standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Alright, well, I also fail to see the necessity of fighting these Peccatula one by one. Especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, assistant. Huh? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, eh? Yeah, Otis, come on. This very carelessness is why I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, you know? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well, then I'm going to explain the Pecatula morositatis gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourself in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions, no matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto. All you find is futility, which is peccato morbiditas. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Ooh, sounds like disagreements brewing. Even after I join the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? You just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I do appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. It's all ready now. In you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from tests. Huh? Me too. Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right, in. Let's wrap this up quick. Guys, I know I said it a lot during the Rogue Trader streams, but talking is hard. You're so fucking slow, Otis. No. Alright, wait. What is attacking her? What? I'm confused. What the fuck? Cleric. Really should get around to getting that thing fucking installed somehow. Oh. Let's just fucking clown this one real fast, why don't we?
예쁘네, 네 피분수.
나쁘지 않고.
I don't think it really matters ultimately what ID I pick off of the support. I'll kill everything. It might just take a little bit longer one way or another.
고귀하게.
놈 나와.
작품 완성. 돌아가면 의견을 나누지. 일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
Good old Lotus. He sure exists.
밑그림은 완성했다. 빠르게 치라도.
Otis, kill that man.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
추잡하네.
No, I really don't think that's a necessary level of much of anything, really. Otis can achieve speeds of up to technically moving due to the motions of the atomic particles that compose her. True. He occasionally has a speed that exists.
뭐 쳐지게! 턱을 마실
He'd be
걸?
faster if I actually put fucking levels on her, but
다음 놈 나와!
작품 완성. 돌아가면 의견을 나누지.
뭐 쳐지게! 목이 비었잖아!
how dare you evade, you fucker! You weird ball squid. No, wait, you're a, what are you? You're a giant, you're a fat shrimp. That's what you are, aren't you? Weird fat shrimp boy.
나쁘지 않고.
Might be a sea slug? I could see that. Oh, this is gonna suck.
고귀하게.
Maybe it will matter. If I lose this fight, that'll be really fucking stupid. After everything else I've gone through. Stupid on my part, by the way, not the game. Lord. Tired again. Ah. Oh. Also fucking slow. Oh, and Rhodey is panicking. Yeah. Well, I'm not exactly doing anything else. Okay, before they self-detonate, how long does it take them to explode? Oh. We're about to lose.
전부 쳐주게!
Yeah. It did matter. Wow.
목이 피었잖아! 자!
마침내 끝나는 걸까?
Yep. Gotta redo it. Starting to get tired.
오늘도 끝났네. 내일도 똑같겠지. 아무런 고조도 하강도 없이
There he is.
그저 끝없이 맴도는
Mr. Edge Boy. On stage. Is it? No, it's not. Oh, the EX objective. I can just go on? I didn't complete the thing. Just rewards. Rewards. Alright, yeah, fair enough. Only for the 260 lunacy at the end? I'll go back and do it then. Oh, I'm gonna have to borrow a fucking... I think I'd be better off using this ish and then the fuck I could find. Yoshi's gonna be a problem. I mean, I seem to have some pretty fancy looking borrows. Oh, like KK-ish. Fine. Penitent. Dies in penitence. Hammer and bleed. Hammer and bleed. Gaze. Kill temp. Throw one stack of gaze on death transfer. Different part. With or without the least contempt or gaze. This one's probably the better one to use. Dagger, gain 4 protection. On death. Tremor burst in this? Amplitude conversion. Hemorrhage. Yeah, this should be fine.
내가 시선, 집중. 눈 멀지 않게 조심하라.
Hopefully, anyway. Well, they weren't too much trouble. We only fucking died. Next up's you two. Get in there. With Ryoshu? Let's do this, I guess? ST. What? He wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem this time? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. Don't have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That's, Oi, she wants to switch teams, is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man, get in there. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not gonna hold you or anyone else back. Always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. Swapping you out as soon as you start to make a fool of yourself. I thought I'd been clear on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Hits you with bat. Pride. Hohenheim trod on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. Dare you, Ryoshu, slander my wife like that? Ryoshu's a bit of a bitch. A murderous one at that. Insane, violent, crazy person. Something unconquered even by nature. Remains uncaring for the flesh it rends and the grass it tramples in its path. But just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of lust is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self. A desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more than to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding. Share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding sliver of oneself. Seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with learned. There never is any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff. All of that flew right over your head, didn't it? You're going to burn your internet stuff? No! Still fucking you. The bitrate's still a mess. Shut up and get in, man. Bit re and a bit understand what the issue is now, but still mad. Alright.
누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지?
The orange is the big one. A lot of unbreakable coins, fuck's sake. Alright. And let's get that sanity rolling.
누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지?
Kyosho looks pretty fucking rad. The Final Fantasy
경외감
14.
속에 숨어
Looks like she's got the Bahamut raid armor on one of them. You lost, Ish. You lost and you got run over by a car.
먹지.
Look at what you've done.
시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
Alright. I do that. This is being slow, yeah.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다. 그 시선 경멸스럽고
Ish, I need you to win clashes. Unity isn't high enough.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다. 40. 처럼 배운 줄도 몰랐네. 이 정도로 나와 공을 때 벗어날 수 있다고 생각했나? 벗어날 수
Okay,
있다고
moving on to the
생각했나?
next one.
갑니다.
Counter.
처럼 배인 줄도 몰랐나? 기가 튀겠고.
Oh, somehow.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
This is going better than the last one, that's for sure.
피가 튀게.
Oh no, not the ads. Yep, the ads. One must suffer the ads.
갑니다. 40. 이 정도로 나와 건능할 때? 저런 개인적으로
Get a lot of free bleed on this asshole since this is all unopposed. But he's just dead! Hooray!
싱겁네요. 윗대가리가 죽었으니 이제 당신들도 우리 조직 밑에서 부르게 되겠죠.
Got the EX that time. Each unit that has taken defeats the Pecatulum that has taken their shape once. Oh.
책임은 모두
This, I got a feeling this one's gonna be the easiest one of them all. Oh, fuck. But perhaps not. Anniversary on Thursday. That's right. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Hope I don't miss any of it. Welcome in. Stage was easy for you because you had Index Song and Index Dawn. Well, I think Manager Dawn and Ring Song will hold their own just without any real issue. Considering that Ring Song is
이거 참
himself.
설레는구려.
Only didn't get an EX because you didn't read? I'll wait until the ads end before I start reading. The thumb was your Sinclair, but this is your Ryoshu. Ah, very helpful Ryoshu. Very nice. My Ryoshus are kind of shit. Which is a shame, because she has some really fun character designs on a lot of her IDs, but still. Alright, we should get a good one soon. Get it season 1, 2, and 3 nominable tickets. Yeah, I heard. I'm looking forward to those. I desire the things. All the IDs from those earlier ones that I wish I have. Red Mist Ryoshu, ID next Walpurgis. Oh, fuck. Trust? We'll see. Alright, barely. Nigh is the time for Yisong and I to face the test. The nature of our trial should take form as Pecatula Invidiae. I assume that we all have first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh? Does static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who has been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know the latter stings the same manner as the former does. I I'll comprehend thine explanations. Ah, I see. To explain in plainer example. Oh, I ill comprehend. I see. Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and I imagine that you are part of the excited queue. I am reading very poorly. All now. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alack for woe! Fate playeth such cruel jest on my pitiful soul. No. Sad Dawn face. Now, do imagine what sort of emotion you would feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was robbed. Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within my heart. Painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh! You certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two quit the chinwag and get in there. Verily, then onward to a new adventure. I'll go. Dawn later died of Dawn crud, as she is bound to do. Who cried at the end of Kanto 7 with the boss PMO? I did cry a little bit at the end of Kanto 7. Okay, so I have to kill Donbo with Dawn here. Hey, if I double skill 3 the Yisong Pekatula, do you think it will just fucking explode? Cry when you rewatch it? Understandable. That shit had a lot of emotions in it. Not the fucking blue. Blue sucks ass. Neutral. Neutraling because yellow sucks. I mean, I burned the orange already. Unopposed? What do you mean unopposed? Fuck you. Alright, I have to actually like pay attention to who's attacking what, don't I? Wow, the song very popular over here apparently. Is there a daily limit on Durante? Just be the way it be sometimes.
점 찍었네. 합격장.
Okay, thanks, Yisong. That's, yeah, great. I probably shouldn't have done that. Although there's probably gonna be more. I can't wait for them to just accidentally kill each other's fucking Pekatula repeatedly through the entire thing. There we go. That's one for him. Okay.
점 찍었네.
Lost it. Damn. Lost both of them. Shit. That's fucking rough. Might have to restart this. Jesus Christ. Yep, that's me done.
작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니. 그야말로 이상.
Good lord. I don't know what I'm fucking doing anymore.
꿰뚫려라. 따뜻한 꿰뚫려라.
What the fuck are... What are these coins? Always borrow John 9 coins? Yeah. That's, you know what? I'm gonna give this one more shot. What the fuck is this skill? God, the ridiculous fucking whatever the hell skill this is would be the one that's targeted on him. And the slow guy. At the speed faster than fucking Dawn.
내 작품에 의견이라도 있어? 점 찍었네.
Funny if he kills everyone, there's S3.2.
그보다는 상처다.
What?
네가 말했던 이것이
작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니. 그야말로
What in the fuck is this?
이상적.
This is what gives me trouble? Of all the fights so far, this is the one that gives me problems?
영감은 이미 떠난 지 오래지. 이리도 굴욕적인 기분은 참으로 오랜만이군.
Oh, this is just kind of where we are now.
이거 참 설레는구려.
This is frustrating. Oh, shut up, Dawn. Relative parity in power level as you have shallow choices due to their high speed. I did have shallow choices due to their high speed, but this time I don't. I can just do whatever the fuck I want. Not exactly, not really, but neutraling on fucking Dawn's. Song's S1 is such ass. Come on, Dawn. Fuck's sake. She staggered immediately. The one time I outspeed them. What the fuck are these coins? What are these skills?
내 작품에 의견이라도 있어?
Jesus goddamn fuck. Better than the neutral, at least. Envy Pekatulum for you. 9 coin. He's a great song. His only issue being the prescript mark. He recovers from first stagger though. 9 coin that is. is everything? Fuck this guy. Fuck all of this. Neutral. Neutral. Fuck.
가족을 위해 꿰뚫려라. 꿰뚫리고 보단 이 상처다.
How does he stagger so fucking fast? One fucking loss and the shit's over. Ridiculous.
예상한 일이야. 어버이와 달리 우리는 약하니까. 비록 지금은 이렇게 되돌아가지만 더 많은 피가 흐른 뒤에는
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
Save me, John. What in the fuck is that?
아직
There are gonna be so many goddamn mechanics I'm gonna have to read.
보물이야.
Increase grip device to improve. Basic. Unlock stage on self and grips target to or grip device. No mark with the mark. Increase grip target with the mark. Brace the Can we? If he hits the target units marked with the flowers, he unlock stuff, gets a little debuff if not. Why the fuck? Why the fuck is he so slow and why are like 5 out of these 6 attacks attacking Dawn? Oh, this fucking guy. It doesn't matter which one I don't clash with because it's still gonna stagger her. Doppelgang, you swung into the Wheaties. I don't know. I think we're killing though. Kill whoever did that.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Yep, lost it. Immediately staggered. This is the most annoying fight I've ever experienced in this game. Please just kill one of them.
가족을 위해
Sanity. Fuck.
엎드리도록 흐르는 피로군. 엎드리도록
하나.
Jesus Christ.
여기 심장이 잠깐.
Alright. Doppel Yi got his shit. Really want you to be fucking dead. But I need Dawn to kill you.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
I also really have a deep-seated desire for tacos right now, and I imagine that's the stress talking.
아비 교환.
Alright, now I can actually follow the unit fucking unit mechanics. Who is after what? I outspeed both of them, it doesn't matter.
가족을 위해 흐르는 피로군. 엎드리도록 꿰뚫려라. 슛! 쏟아내라.
Apparently all you gotta do is bring out the bullshit cannons from somebody else's arsenal and things are easy. Assuming you win speed roll anyway.
잠깐 저리 대기해.
Hey, we did it!
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
John 9.
우리가 이룰 수 있는
John?
유일한
Yeah.
꿈이니까.
Score to claim EX part 3 rewards from every follow and Contel. So how dog ass normal enemies are. Final boss, 30 fucking Doppel E songs. Seriously though, my fucking ring song will blitz the shit out of nearly everything. And then these motherfuckers he runs up against, and he's getting dog walked across the entire stage. Jesus. Fuck. Oh God. A lot of extra shit to spend on the wall PP when it comes out then, huh? In my 27 fucking boxes. Why can't I deploy Dawn? Fuck you. Goddamn game wants me to die. Alright, now everybody but specifically Dawn, get in there and fucking explode. Dawn thrives if they have debuffs. None. Dawn want blood. Thirsty. True. True. Unfortunately, those are both the best fuckers.
의견을 세우기 위해서라면.
문을 열.
내가 움직여야 하나? 내가 움직여야 하나?
나를 점
검은 갈아뒀다.
명령.
검은 갈아뒀다.
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어. 때려 부수러 갈 시간이다. 드디어 내 차례냐?
군주가 나선다.
나를 점 찍었다니.
검은 갈아. 나를
명령하실 때까지 자리에서 대기하겠습니다.
What bullshit.
마지막까지
You know, it's what I got.
발버둥 칠 수밖에.
The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Song, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests... Please vacate the room, people. Clean up coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote has aught to... Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? How? Find like 7 different knots on your shoes. Yet, 'twere quite the hideous access. Sorry to be forced upon... Accessory to be forced upon Rocinante? I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look great. Ribbons are cute. Boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante in her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed toward Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. Faust's reply was what set fire upon the rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collected, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too. Where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But that's... Rhodia, stop encouraging stupid things. Rhodia lives for the chaos of stuff, man. But that's... 'Twas but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had naught to do with mine will. Well, you know, potato, potato. I'm already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fie on thee! Thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell? What if we slipped her shoes off and on again really quickly? Standards here at LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell! Anyway, my god, my throat is failing me. Fuck, my vocal folds want me to die. We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. God, I cannot compete with Don's real VA. I can't compete with any of these VAs, but Don's specifically. Jesus fuck. I have ass ability. We have indulged. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand, however, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes. We will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Oh, Dawn's legit grumpy about this. That's a face I haven't seen her make very often at all. Outcome N/A. Reason: subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserveth a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her core still without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to an unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea, got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yisong will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice. Okay? Yisong, you may want to back up like 20 or 30 blocks. Yeah. The stink nuke is about to come out. I shall be on the ready. Behold me not with such excessive anticipation all. Behold me not with such excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething cutely. This 7-layered knot poseth quite a difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course. There we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante. For I... Oh, Jesus Christ. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Mancha Land? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise? Now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all. Pandora's running shoes is too fucking real. Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho the Second Kindred, is like. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. Oh, shit. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? Blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserve to drink. I must. Dante? Dante, wake up. Hey, there's a lot like the last time at that building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded. I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm okay. I'm good. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're gonna need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you have any blood in here? At least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't gonna do shit. So you're gonna sit here and do nothing? I think it's just a matter of getting her shoes back on. Right, Yisong, shoes, get the fucking shoes back on her feet! I can't. The stink is too much. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. Its readings are incredible. So much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What, you fucking egged her on knowing this would happen? Yeah, I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? Gotta do something. You haven't even seen how hard she fucking hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. True, Faust. Very true. I have a feeling that no matter how long this fight takes, this is gonna be the end of the stream. Running out of time. Oh boy! Yep, she's just normal Blood Feast Dawn, isn't she? Flash Wind, Inflict Bleed. Oh fuck. Combat start, gain Yearning for Blood. Lose 35 base offense level. Sancho to the Sanchoni. Lose 35 base defense level. This unit is on field, or is one of the units that can appear. What the fuck removes her? What? Oh god. Okay. Well. That's gonna hurt. One hit without cracking. Puts 10 bleed. Plus 3. Click bleed. Everybody! Oh boy! This is gonna fucking suck! Struggling. Struggling. just gonna have to have Heathcliff eat the hit here.
파레이드와
나가서 싸워.
피날레.
뒤는
우리 식구를
What?
건드렸겠다.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를
I'm sorry, Heathcliff.
자,
40. 먹지.
All right. Well, at least she's staggered. Get that bleed built.
점 찍었네.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
Oh, right. Sinclair. By Sinclair, I mean Heathcliff is having a very bad time. I should have. Wait, could I? I couldn't have fucking. Wait. Fine. We'll see. We'll roll with it as we roll with it. Neutral. Right. I wanna probably should perhaps see about preventing further embleeding individuals currently affected by the intense and fucking happened. Uber crash out returns. Indeed it does. Or not 2+. This one is... Still think this is the resonance is worth it.
막아내지니까 봐주지.
We won!
합격장.
Oh fuck. Oh, I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst. It's... No, my lady. Be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner. Sinner, nothing more. Thank everything for Virgilius. Oh gosh. Holy shit. Terrible thing to have happen during the ad break, but man. Dadcasts get the belts. Bop ego and use 3 mang, and still looking slightly battered afterwards. He does look like he's been in a little bit of a fight, yeah. Raven, you know who Laoxie is, right? In what context? I think I've heard that name in a couple places for different things. Real life? No, I don't think I do. Why? What's up? Chinese philosopher? Okay. And Taoism guy? He lived to the age of 69 and never said the words thank you. Sounds like an individual, to be sure. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? No, I don't know why. What the fuck are you about to inflict on me? Didn't speak English. I'm going to drive over the border and hit you with a fucking rock. You motherfucker. Son of a bitch. What a lousy guy. Indeed. Not speaking the Queen's English as one properly should. Clearly that was his primary fault. This rock? Yes, that rock. Thank you. Asocial. Also, nice pun, G-Force. Fuckers. You absolute bastards. You decided to inflict this on stream chat as opposed to DM? Yeah, I know. Thank you for being funnier than me on my own stream. G-Force. Alright. I will not place the blame on this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. You're very welcome. You will return to Noodles. Good. Noodles are worthy of returnal. I will. Good one, Greg. Well then. I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after it. I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Player trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is indeed correct. Correct. But I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. That I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all, as Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred. Not as Don Quixote, a sinner, and your friend. Parents, when you're a 30-year-old virgin and your sibling has a child. What? Don Quixote? This isn't your fault. No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. Our office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. It's Greg's fault. Way to mess it up, Greg. Greg in the corner, throwing a thumbs up. Yeah. Fuck all of you too. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge. And are you giving us a grandchild? Also, Dawn never has kindred. Oh, right, yeah. I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated? Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know, it seemed like he was in it only to cite his fucking curiosity, if you ask me. Well, it merely the auspice of opportune convenience, this risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. He looks so fucking disgusted with him, and I agree. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experience first, for example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true, the Manchegan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at Lewdsome, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more. It contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply that our on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kindred, this thirst is something that may as well be imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But, considering that all of that desire is now focused unto an individual on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. Because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words thirst is quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with lost control. This was my oversight, I admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, and I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare of feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? But there are those who would, quite literally, throw their lives on the line to stop you even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still, quite unstable, yet with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort, really. Because I've never had much use of it, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite the theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time in La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Sooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. My god, is this what actually trying looks like? Fuck that. I hate this guy so much. He is such a fuckhead. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. Ah! Fucking talking. You're gonna remove those shoes one day, yep. And that's when what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What? What do you, wait, huh? I don't think so? It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. A laughter. Just one. Just the singular laughter. It's similar. Letting out a singular laughter is roughly equivalent to consuming an entire weed. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I feel some degree of anxiety as I watch Don Quixote walk away, though nothing had happened. Wait.
행진을 멈추지 마라. 이 좁디 좁은 왕.
Since they're all fucking dead,
망한 그 땅으로 돌아갈 때까지
and Dante, like,
저들이 우리의
pulls the sinners out of hell every time they rewind the clock. Is the reason Dante got hit with that because of the connection, just the connection to the sinners? Or because they're all still, like, there? I don't know. I might be thinking too hard. I might not be thinking enough. I really don't know. I have no idea what the hell that was about. What would Dante have told her? That their head burst into flames and they felt the like shit? Could be thinking a medium amount? I'm not sure. I'm not really sure that I think. Sometimes. Well, now that's over and done with. I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Onaim, place the sinners in a single fire. You're Dawn's body? Oh, yeah. I guess I kind of am. Well, Dante is. That would explain some things. Yeah. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Your as is elder. Dawn's body. Oh, you are. The word, you are. We're all worse and we're docking your pay. Fuck you, die. I'm going to go continue not trying in my office, and you will get the fuck out of here. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment status. You all suck. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there is much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you're all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. We've all got to know who's the big boss. We gotta know who's the warlord. While this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario, we must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to certain unknown yet inexorable circumstances, available. Orcliffe. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of this scale, were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I, Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children, for example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. Asking Greg to lead sounds like it leads them it leads to them lost in the woods without pants. I'm pretty sure of those who have the capability of competence, it does generally have Greg in the top 5. At least. Probably like the top quarter of the squad. Greg's a little awkward, but he's capable. Maybe not socially exactly, but he's not, you know, useless. I think Sinclair would definitely be at the bottom of it, because Sinclair's a little timid, a little unsure, too unsure of himself. Anyway, A negative expression, blah, blah, blah. Somebody, you're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believed that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you are so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long silence. Then the sinners simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. It has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my entire life, which is admittedly rather short compared to everyone else's, but still. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I learned still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yisong, Sinclair, Ishmael, Heathcliff. Rodian, Honglu, Faust, Merceau, Ryoshu, Otis, Don Quixote. Don Quixote is at the bottom of the list? Yeah, where the fuck is Greg? I can't believe Greg simply exploded and is no longer a center. Competence rating, you're guessing? Of people who should be in charge? Yes. Oh. I assumed that that's not what these shitheads are saying. I don't think that's what he's saying, but I mean, if you're talking about of people who should be in charge, then yes, Don Quixote should probably be at the bottom. I don't know about Sinclair being at the top. Purely because Sinclair lacks decisiveness and is too timid to actually deal with the disputes that naturally pop up within the sinners. There remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yisong. Yisong, I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yisong, it's the other way around. Ah yes, the line was made from my point of view. From here, the sinner wielding the oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Yisong is the shitter in the squad. I love every time any single one of them gets any sign of being superior over the rest of the squad, they always make it a thing out of it and are immediately shot down. Rip in peace, sticks off. They're all such fuckheads. Well, 'tis quite the bashful occasion to be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. Frail waif architect, too sick, huffing T-Corp smog. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe. I shall be vigilant. No one even seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. So, Ishmael's near the bottom of the list in terms of physical power. Otis is second to Dawn. And now, knowing that Otis is the second rank, she's suddenly deprecating her intense belief that she should lead to Ishmael? Interesting. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Tooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. It is oft the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean... Fellas, I wasn't even part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall off the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. You can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I'd guess somewhere around my level, probably. Or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. He actually, you're right, he actually wasn't in the line. What the fuck? I think she's more so discarding this tier list due to her not being the pinnacle and just going with the alternative popular vote. That does also make sense, but it's still weird that she's suddenly just like dipping out of it. That doesn't seem like, she seemed like she had such like fight for it before. But I guess she hasn't found a metric by which she can set herself at the top of the rankings. So she's just dipping out until she can find another weird ass thing to set herself at the top of. Oh, you're the sinner with that fuck ass in bug arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot be well placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. And say you carry a certain potential. That, potential, is it? Does that mean I could also be first place if all goes well? Could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny getting consoled by the guy who placed shit last. Once again, I proved my inferiority to literally every voice actor in this game. Oh god, there's still more. Okay. This is what I get for fucking around with Mirror Dungeon at the start. After some time passed, next we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you've written for us were of great help, of course, by the way. Fuck off and die, I don't want to do this anymore. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. Craig mathematically determined to be an undefinable number of stink. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk level was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy. But their destructive capabilities were not a part of their criteria, despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively low risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. For an energy company, at the end of the day, it makes sense that their priority would be to measure the output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via fucking punching them. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I feel the need to continue and endlessly talk and not use too many goddamn words because I'm smart. I heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Thus, it became unnecessary for shut the fuck up. Wow, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivete with which you asked me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec. Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, oi, oi. Don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, the system. We gotta research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Sometimes really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon. After all, I really need another fucking coffee. Hey, gopher boy, go get it. What the fuck you mean, gopher boy? When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So a distortion like that Time Ripper fella will eventually become an abnormality too if left untouched. You are referring to subject HE6Pi2001, and yes. I'm very good at naming things. Look at my stupid alphanumeric fucking system. This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular... Shut the fuck up. That particular subject isn't contained here. Cannot say with absolute certainty its progress into an abnormality will be observed. Yep. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, because they would be. Point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating. Sometimes I just know when to not pick fights with the CEO of T-Corp. Wait, so that HE something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify the origin and shape of a distortion, we decided to forgo that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities, pi must refer to Pigrita, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatula. You indeed, fucking yes. Wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say, as the Pecatula are at once the origins, blah blah blah, the affinities can be transferred one to one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing? I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the enkephalin production rates. Which is not the most meaningful information to us who get in fist fights. Quite inconvenient, blah blah blah. Jesus fucking Christ. Certain variables that make... Is this really relevant? I guess it is. It's interesting world building, like in like a low level world building where you're like little super fucking details shit that occasionally show up that you can that you would expect to be part of a real world, but it's also just so many fucking words for... I'm probably bitching just because I have to read it on stream. So instead, Time Ripper distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6 from a scale of 1 to 10. Okay, so it's a 1 to 10. Not a perfect system, blah blah blah, always exceptions, blah, fuck off. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We got plans for it, yeah. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classifications codes. Guys, I think I might be done. I think my ability to actually talk is rapidly declining. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? I have been almost constantly talking for like 6 fucking hours. That's hard, I say. And I'm pretty sure that the people who are at the top of the Twitch currently are much better at it than I am, and I respect that, but also they cannot actually be only talking constantly for the whole 6 fucking hours. There's no goddamn way. Me, I state, in my above average, about capability for roughly everything that I've ever tried to do. Then again, I'm probably being full of myself because I also never give myself any credit. I have two modes. Thinking I'm pretty much better at than the average at everything I do, or thinking I'm complete shit and not worth anything. There is zero things in between. I'm never just kind of okay at stuff. I don't know why I have decided that this is the way I classify myself, but I can suddenly talk again as soon as I'm not reading the goddamn words on the screen. I hate this. Yeah, you can hear it, but it's understandable. Like, the sides of my mouth hurt. Not really, like, seriously pain, but my teeth have been scraping on the inside of my mouth for the entire stream, and it's kind of shitty. The inside of my mouth is kind of going numb a little bit. It's weird. What else other than the monolith? One of the high... I don't... Like, there's so many weird things that I experience. When I do the streams for games that require me to read all the dialogue myself. Like, you remember when I know a good chunk of you only came in for Limbus, but there was a game called Rogue Trader that I played that I had to read a shitload of the dialogue for. My teeth would start hurting at random. I'd just get headaches for no reason. My fucking, you know. It's weird. And I feel that I should train myself for this shit to be better at it, but I don't know how. Other than to just do it for years. Which is what I've been doing. So I'm probably doing better than I was at the start, but then again, I was not very good at anything at the start, but whatever. Y'all who have played Limbus Company, I had to clone you when your jaw fell off, you remember? Yeah, that was rough. Can't believe we managed to find a way to pull that fucking Magos Genitor out of Warhammer 40k. And then stuff her back in once we got my jaw replaced. That was weird. That was a hell of an adventure. So, like, there was a cool moment. How close are we to the end of this? Highest potential. Thus, the development of transportation management and processing methodologies of the monolith. The glowing achievement indeed. The Intervallo? Yeah, not the game in general, but the Intervallo specifically. Because normally I stop at 1 o'clock, or a little bit before. Great danger? Wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith of the force distortion scattered throughout the city, just like the Golden Bough. Only in possession of the fingers in the syndicates of the back streets. I think there's a dungeon for this? How the fuck would that even work? I also learned that they have become rather high priority targets for some of the wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research expedition and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts, because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations. I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of the time, just in case I have to run away from the FBI. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Canard to Star of the City, I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not SOTC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Block Boy. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protect them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you would face. You don't even need to go so far back. No, it's because you're all dumb. In time to you know, it always makes me not feel great when the text is visibly smaller because of how many fucking words there are in the paragraph. You don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to fucking do anything about it? Don Quixote is not happy with this consideration. No, the flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Well, that has some fucking implications, doesn't it? Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a Star of the City threat at some time in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you fucking didn't. Please don't forget that that is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. That really is a fucking dungeon, huh? Huh. Alright. See you next time, fuckers. Senna might not be streaming Wednesday because of bullshit going on at home. He sends them out to get tacos and turns them out a whole thing. Good night, get rest. I intend to. I probably won't though, because as I mentioned previously, Menace has dug its hooks into my fucking ribs and I can't get them out. Then I might not stream Wednesday. If she doesn't, I might just show up and vibe in a stream that isn't Limbus, but I don't know. I could use it as an excuse to play fucking Menace, couldn't I? Look at that. Otherwise, if I don't do that, we'll be back Thursday and Friday. Hopefully we'll finish the last Intervallo before the next canto on Friday, hopefully. And then we'll start the Canto 8 after I get back from recovering from my surgery. This is my plan. Whether I actually live up to it, I don't know. But we'll see. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you putting up with my shitty reading ability and terrible, off-kilter, inconsistent voice acting. This is still a fun game. I was good? I was acceptable. I don't know if I was good. I'm definitely not a professional. We'll say that. Not a professional actor, but I can read. I am literate, and that's cool. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go make myself a pizza. I deserve it. Good night, everyone. See you next time.